Well, hello, everybody. How you doing today? Are you having a good time? Are you having a fun time? I hope so, or I hope not. I want to give you a good fun time, and I'm not sure if that's possible if you're already having a good fun time. So I don't know. You know what, frankly, I don't care how you're doing. You're going to have a good fun time today, and you're gonna like it, buddy. So I hope you're prepared for that. Mandatory fun, just like Weird Al always wanted. You'll have to excuse me, I'm starting almost an hour late. You ever just, You ever just have one of those shits, chat? One of those ones where you're like, it's fine, this will take a minute or two at most. And then it's like a whole ordeal. Maybe it's just me, I have a very bad diet. Either way, I'm here now, I've made it. Although, I'm a little behind as far as like dinner, so like dinner's cooking in the other room. So we're gonna chill out here a little bit at the beginning of the stream while I wait for that to finish, and then we'll get started. Is this format inspired by the April Fool's Day event? Yes. If you don't know, today we are playing Mirror Masters, Mirror Master format. We have 4 decks. Ignore the artifacts one, we're not testing that one. And if you want these decks, if you're a patron, you can go to the Patrons Only Discord. There is a Mirror Master board where I have pinned all 4 of these decks and the deck list with pictures and written out. If you're not a patron, you can still play. The deck lists are on Blue Sky. Go follow me on Blue Sky. Have you made a Blue Sky account yet? Might as well. Might be good. I like artifacts. I love artifacts. Artifacts are a great deck. A mirror match of artifacts is awful. There's not a great way to make it interesting. Give me a moment, I just heard my toaster come up. Alright, I made it back. I told you I would be back. Some of you in there didn't believe me, I heard you. But no, we are here. The belief is real. The artifact mirror might be the worst thing ever. It's not the worst thing ever, but it's really frustrating because I know I'm not like the greatest game designer or whatever. I've never been to game design school. But I thought people knew more about it than they do, I guess. Either that or like the vision in my head was really clear and I'm just bad at communicating it to people. But to me, the whole appeal of this, if you've played the April Fool's format, is that you have a consistent deck based around 1 or 2 core mechanics, and you can have skillful play by navigating those mechanics. And, a lot of the ideas are just like people picking archetypes they like and making a deck around them. And that doesn't lead to an interesting or exciting game. There's no like there's no skill you're testing, you know? Like the one idea I don't think the Monarchs was my idea, but like the one idea I came up with. This is the one that I sort of had the foundation of and have been refining the most, which is what I call Drill Rage, and it's based around Drill Barnacle and Raging Flame Sprite. These can attack directly. When they do, they gain 1,000. So if they're allowed to keep attacking directly, then you gain a whole bunch of benefits from that. And so you want to stop them from attacking directly. And so I put them as the centerpiece of this deck. And then I have a bunch of like attack-based cards, things like Draining Shield, things like Confusion Shaft, 1 Drowning Mirror Force, so you get like the 1 oh shit button, Malevolent Catastrophe, United Front, and then things that can like mess with attack power, things like Riryoku. And then in addition to that, I put Mother Grizzly and UFO Turtle. And these create this unique scenario where if your opponent has a Raging Flame Sprite that is not big yet, UFO Turtle and Mother Grizzly can just barely get over them. You'd have to use some kind of trap or spell to stop them from doing that. If your Raging Flame Sprite is bigger, then you can crash UFO Turtle into it and get one of a dozen different tech cards that are useful in different situations and different board states. So you have a toolbox of low attack fire monsters and low attack water monsters that you can use to get these two out, and these also get out the Raging Flame Sprite. So what you have is this very condensed, battle-focused mirror match where it's a lot about organizing and deciding like what resources you want to commit at one time. Something I really like in particular is like Draining Shield, right? Where if you let your opponent get a Raging Flame Sprite really high, you can Draining Shield and have a huge surplus of life points. Just get all those life points while negating the attack. Or if you know you can get over it next turn, you can use it just to negate. Or if you have the Raging Flame Sprite and they come in with the Mother Grizzly, you can use this as negate attack on that. If they're trying to crash a Grizzly into a UFO Turtle, and you know they can search something really well, the Draining Shield works for that. So this is just like multi-use in a bunch of different scenarios. Or Confusion Shaft. If you're unfamiliar with this card, which why would you be, activate when your opponent declares a second direct attack during the same battle phase. Conduct battle between the attacking monster and the first monster that attacked directly. So this is one of those mind games kind of cards where like, you know this is in the format. Your opponent has 3 of these. So every time you attack, you have to be asking yourself, okay, is it worth attacking directly twice if they have Confusion Shaft? Will that completely screw up my board and leave it open for them to come back? Or is it better to not go for that second attack and perhaps let them build resources that way? I wish I knew the rare pool of the normal rare pool of good cards. This isn't even a good card. I just found this because I was looking up like declares an attack or I looked up direct attack and I found this card because there's a lot of cards in this, including the main things that declare direct attacks. And so this is a very mechanically based deck. None of these cards fit thematically with the art, with the archetype, but they all form a very cohesive package that allows you to make really strategic decisions once you understand what your deck has and what your opponent's deck has. It's a game of chicken with damage, yeah. And then like you compare this with like the artifact deck, which no shade, you know, they're trying out different stuff, but like if you don't know, artifacts, if you can set them as monsters in the back row, and if they're destroyed during your opponent's turn, they summon themselves. And so the question is, why would you ever destroy back row during your opponent's turn? If you have MST or Double Cyclone, you wait until your turn, or you wait until your opponent's turn, and then you pop their back row. There's never a decision-making process, because even if it's Torrential Tribute, even if it's Compulse or Mirror Force, it is almost always worth it to wait, because the consequence of popping like a morale attack is too high. That, and because these are all level 5s, you end up like, what if you draw 5 artifacts, which is not difficult to do? Then you're literally sitting on a bunch of back row, you have nothing to do. They tried to throw in the hands because these were played during artifact format, but what this turns into is like hand battles, which could be its own thing if all the artifacts weren't here. Artifacts are a cool archetype, they're fun to play, and hat format, where you played the hands and the artifacts, was very interesting, but trying to turn that into a mirror match is not. It's the same thing, there was someone who was like old school hero mirror match, where it was a bunch of the normal hero monsters and like polymerization. And like, you know, whoever gets polymerization and two good hero monsters first wins. There's not like a whole lot of skillful decision making in that. It's just whoever happened to open the good cards. So that's why we're not playing the artifacts. We're playing the Drill Rage one. We're going to be testing that again. We've got the Monarch Mirror, which I believe was made by Ariane, but has had some significant changes by me. Another very resource-heavy game where you have to decide how to use your limited spell trap and monster removal. You've got basically all the artifacts that are 2,400, and then both players have 3 copies of Burning Dragon, where if your opponent controls 2 monsters, you can special summon this, and it has 2,500. So it can just barely get over a Monarch if your opponent tries to overextend. It can also destroy all the back row if you keep a spell in hand to get rid of it. But it can also be used as tribute fodder for another Monarch if you have one. The hands seem like they could be a good mirror fight. It'd be very technical. Like, the Monarch deck, I feel, is pretty close to being perfect. This one is a really good, just kind of like old school back and forth, using some new cards to make sure that one person can't snowball with advantage. And then we got the Plants deck, which I have no idea what this is doing. It's just a bunch of plants, but we're going to test it out. I haven't tested it out yet. We've got the Venom deck, which was another idea of mine based around a bunch of zero attack monsters and both players having Venom Swamp. If you don't know, Venom Swamp is during each player's end phase, place a Venom counter on every face-up monster except Venoms. Monsters lose 500 attack for every Venom counter. Sir Leg, I think this is the first time I caught you streaming. You were a goat. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. So this should be interesting. I have not tested this out at all. I think it has potential. I have not tested this out at all. I don't know what it's doing. But the patrons have made it. And then if we can't get enough people, I'm going to be making... I really wanted to make, like, one based around flip monsters. Something that was all flips. How do you do damage? I don't know. Good question. Oh, let's create the room. Let's get room ID. That ain't it. There we go. Both players' end phases? Yes, I believe so. Oh, and if you were curious what dinner, I got completely distracted. I got a nice turkey, cheddar, and bacon bagel. Look, the cheese is melted and everything. Delicious. Oh. That's good. Swamp doesn't place counters on the Venom monsters. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, so Venom count, what was it? Let's go ahead. The Venom deck. So Venom Swamp places Venom counters on every card except for a Venom monster. And you do have 3 of each Venom monster. You also have, what was the other thing? If a monster's attack becomes 0 by this effect, destroy it. So you could summon something like Great Ol' Cobra, or even Planet Pathfinder, or Zoha, and use it as like a beat stick. You can use Cyber Dragon, but every turn it's getting weaker. The Venoms don't get weaker, but they have low attack values, just 1,000 and 1,200 respectively. And then you have something like Scapegoat that creates 0 attack tokens, and because their attack is already 0, Venom counter won't lower it to 0. And because it wasn't lowered to 0 by that effect, they won't get destroyed. But they're also 0 attack tokens that don't do anything. So there's some stuff there. I think what would be neat that they didn't look into was, Oops, that's that again. Like, by default, they gave both players a Mystical Space Typhoon and an Olean 80s and an Offerings to the Snake Deity. I don't think this is the way to go. I think we want to have Venom Swamp be in play often, and we don't want to destroy it because that gets rid of the entire point of the deck. Instead, what I think would be more fun is there's a whole bunch of spell traps that are bounce an opponent's spell trap back to the hand. Useless normally, but with Venom Swamp, it has the potential where, like, if you bounce it back for one turn or during the damage step, your 0 attack Cyber Dragon still has a bunch of counters, but they no longer lose attack because the swamp is the thing that makes them lose 500 attack. So their attack comes back, and you don't lose the Venom Swamp, you can just play it again, but it allows you to reset the attack of monsters for one turn or remove the effect of the counters. What about Warrock Mirrors? Has potential. Another battle phase thing. Okay, so. Yeah, also the decks have to be essentially NR format. We're trying to go as cheap as possible. Because a big selling point of Mirror Master's format is it's supposed to be something you can use to get new people into the game and teach people how to play. One of the most difficult things about Yu-Gi-Oh! Why isn't this working? There we go. One of the most difficult things about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that there's 10,000 cards and an eternal format. So getting someone into it is almost impossible because they don't just have to learn their deck, they have to learn every deck. So you put them in like a ladder and they're having to read every card for the first time and figure out how decks work on the fly, and there's no way to teach them all of that. But in Mirror Masters, they only have to learn 40 cards. Learn the cards in your deck, your opponent has the same cards. And that's also why I think it's important for the cards to teach some kind of mechanic. To be like, okay, we're stripping, like, here's another idea. If you wanted to do one that was based around an archetype, a good NR archetype, that is also a very simple way to teach pendulums, is Metal Foes. You could make a Metal Foe mirror match based around a bunch of normal monsters and the Metal Foes with some things to disrupt pendulum scales. And that would be a great way to teach people how pendulums work without overloading them with a bunch of information. Would never think. Okay. Anyway, let's get some dueling here. So. As always, patrons get to go first. If you're a patron and you have built one of these decks, put a message in the Mirror Master format in the Discord. Here. If you want to duel, put I want to duel, followed by V for voice, or VC. Why would be VC? NV if you don't want to chat. So we'll open it up for patrons to duel first. If you're a patron and you would like to be in here, then we can go into the voice chat to discuss plays and stuff like that. We'll get through the people who are here, and then if there's anyone in the audience who has gone to Blue Sky and built the decks and everything who isn't in the patrons only Discord, then we can get those people in. Which I guess, maybe you don't have to have a Discord. Or, sorry, maybe you don't have to have blue sky. Here. Can you see, if you're not in blue sky, can you still see that post? Or is it something where they're like, log in to look at the pictures? Pure 10 emirs are a pain. I wouldn't know. Also, I just realized I have a message on Patreon. 1 second. Firefierce Mir also has the potential. Yeah, that's the problem, is like almost every archetype has some kind of super rare in it. Or an ultra rare. So unless it's in a structure deck, maybe we can do a structure deck one. I don't know. I don't know if is asking people to spend 1,500 gems on 3 copies of a structure deck to play an alt format worth it. Give me 1 second. Let me get this Discord member their thing. It could be if they're popular enough decks. Yeah. I wonder how the Megalith Mirror would work. The Megalith Mirror is not bad. The problem with doing a Megalith Mirror is that, again, this is supposed to simplify Yu-Gi-Oh! The last thing you want to do is be like, okay, so you're going to play a thing of all ritual monsters. Now, normally ritual monsters are a type of card where you need to have a ritual spell and a monster to tribute and a thing, and the monster itself. But these cheat the mechanic by discarding as the, like, you're basically introducing a mechanic by playing the weirdest version of it. Okay, looks like it's just Frost Hollow. What are you doing here? Okay, Frost Hollow, if you would like to duel, come on in here. Into the voice chat. Necros. Similar. Drytron, yeah, that would be expensive too.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Let's get 1 second. Let's flip horizontal. There you go. Say something again.
Testing.
There we go. Now you've got a little animated thing so people know it's you.
Yay.
It's your little puffball with a katana.
Yeah. I gave Smokeball the sword because he's a scary little guy.
Hmm. How's the volume on Frost Hollow chat? Can you hear him all right? Is he not too loud? And I assume it's he. Feel free to correct me.
That is correct.
Okay. He's low. Okay. I'll turn him up. Okay. And which decks did you build?
I do have all 4. I was interested in the plant one. That's weird.
Okay. Let's try the plant one then. I was looking forward to trying one of the ones that we haven't done before. And plants is an excellent place to start.
me just pause the stream. Okay. Yeah.
You got all decked out with all pearly stuff.
I think I'll go first. I think.
I had no idea. I mean, I know there's like polynosis in this, so you probably want to set your counter trap if you can.
Mm. Okay.
Interesting.
Um,
Bow Baboon to fix your hands. I like that you've got like Pearly Mate, Pearly Icon, but then you've got the evil hands around Pearly, and your field is like the sinister branded one, which makes me think of like, you know, Albazoa like riding in through a big portal, and Pearly's just like riding on his shoulder.
See, I was looking for a good frame for the icon, and I went with mind control because it's the hand petting Pearly.
Oh, it's just a kind little pet, just a little head pass.
Yeah, just grabbing the kitty cat.
Yep. Okay. That's all I got.
Okay.
Not a great hand.
Okay. No, let's play it big.
Tribute.
Rose tentacles.
Can't be special summoned. For each of your plant monster, this gains an additional attack during the battle phase. Your opponent controls. Each time this destroys a plant, inflict 300 damage. I see, I see. So anti-plant plant. Unfortunately for you, Jimmy crack corn and I don't care.
That.
Take 300.
This is target a plant. You combine attack. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Wait. Ah, I see. Okay, I'll go ahead and Fragrant Storm.
Okay.
It's just Fissure for plants with upside.
That's good.
Pretty crazy, pretty crazy. And yeah, you know what? I liked your play so much, I think I would do it myself.
Rose tentacles. It's crazy.
Yeah. I see, I see. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Gonna go for 22. I don't know about you. What does this do? Oh, okay. I see. Interesting, interesting, but also stupid.
Okay.
Yeah, I do like that. I initially saw the Fragrance Storm, and I was like, oh, whoever gets this is just broken. But it is kind of like, yeah, you can use it as removal, or you can get rid of Bow Baboon. Your own Bow Baboon and summon 2 Bow Baboons, and then you're off to the races. So there is some, like, decision whether or not you want to hold it for that. Oh, you're not attacking?
Nope.
You sure? Okay. I'm gonna go in hard on this one. Phoenix Wing Wind Blast. I'm going to discard my own load poison.
Okay.
Stack this. Does this? Place it on the top. Okay. This is something I already feel like that needs to go because that's a huge advantage. Being able to stack the deck.
Miracle Fertilizer.
Bring back Lord Poison.
What is this? Literally Edison Planet?
And then...
Okay. Oh, clever.
Yeah. Now I got two monsters, and they're both big. I don't think it's quite game, but it's close.
So, maybe this will do something.
Ouch, my most of me. What can I make here? Haggard Lizardos? No, I don't think I will.
I do enjoy that Haggard Lizardos kind of just finds himself in all these decks. It's very funny. Okay.
Okay, free monster. Okay, level 4.
Behold. Something with attack points.
Gemini Pearl? That's not a plant.
Good turn, good turn.
Oh, you can't attack?
Oh, I could attack. I just chose not to.
Oh, okay.
I think.
And there we go. Yeah, and that's the thing we talked about this before, where it's like, if you give people extra deck monsters, they either have to be really high impact, or you can't make removal easy. Otherwise, it's never worth it to make it, because it's like, yeah, if we have Phoenix Wing Wind Blast, and you're just down 2 cards.
My set the entire time was the fake plant Mirror Force. And I was not attacking because I was playing around the one of your 2 sets also being fake plant Mirror Force.
Nope.
What's it? I had it set. Wall of Thorns?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's Plant Force. Okay, so I'm thinking I'll just immediately take out the Phoenix Wing Wind Blast. Unless there's something I'm missing here where, like, this has synergy with something. It feels like it's too strong of removal. It's graveyard setup. It's, it, like, puts your opponent behind because it stacks stuff on top. What I'm thinking... I think, what was it? The big thing is, that I've learned from these other ones, is that if you want to have removal, it needs to be something that only works if you're behind. Because otherwise, then you just have snowballing stuff, right? And so... What's the spell that's like... The trolley problem? Does anyone remember that?
Oh, I remember that one. I think. What is it? It has choose the effect.
You stack the thing and then reveal it. Something tracks. That's like a SR,
Switch point,
though, isn't it? Switch point.
Switch point. It's a normal, luckily.
Your opponent must control 3 or more monsters for you to resolve. Okay, that's too many, though, unfortunately. But that's a good example of, like, yeah, if your opponent has 2 cards and you have nothing, then this is really good. I'm almost thinking of Waybridge.
Oh, Waybridge.
Oh, unfortunately that's an SR, and I don't want to make people... I don't want to make people craft something that's essentially just evenly matched but worse. What's that other one? It's like target up to 2 monsters, banish them until the end of the turn, but your opponent gains 1,000 for each.
No, I was thinking of side effects that draws cards.
The ledger book.
Ledger book. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, I always think, whenever I think ledger, I think of Ledger of Legerdemain. Banish
Yes.
3 cards. 3 turns later, add them to your hand. It's like drawing 3 in slow motion. Target up to 2 monsters your opponent controls, banish them until the end phase, then your opponent gains 1,000 for every monster that left the field by this effect. So this is something that, like, you can use if you're ahead, but it does also, like, have downsides. It's not permanent removal. They gain life points, so it's harder to OTK them. This is closer to what I'm thinking. Opponent controls 2. Look for stuff that, like, only works if your opponent controls 2, like, more monsters. What about Memory of an Adversary? That is a decent one. The problem with Memory of an Adversary is that, like, late game it becomes useless. Needle Sealing, that might be too powerful. Actually, with how we're going, I think Needle Sealing might be good. Yeah, actually, that's kind of brilliant.
Yeah, because Needle Sealing only works if there's like 4 monsters.
Yeah,
so
there has to be
moving your own field.
Yeah, there has to be 4 monsters. It destroys all face up. So if they're, like, really ahead, then it's a complete board wipe. If they have 3 monsters, you can set one of yours, and that set one will be fine. There's also a chance where, like, oh, if they have 2 big monsters, and you have, like, Evil Swarm Mandragoran, it might be worth it to sacrifice that and set something in order to blow up their 2 big monsters. You can't really use it while you're ahead. And, I think most importantly, it gives you a reason to go into Gem Knight Pearl, right? Like, if you got 2 monsters and they've got 1, and you're worried that summoning another monster will put 4 on the field, you might want to make Gem Knight Pearl to play around Needle Sealing.
That makes sense, yeah.
You can pop your own Bao Baboon to get up to 4. You pop your own Bao Baboon, you just get 2, right?
Yeah, it floats into 2 more copies of itself.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's another, like, rank 4 Ixie that's a plant. No. Fairy King Alberditch.
I see a plant. What the hell?
Yeah, it's like Black Ship of Corn is really the only one. And there is a 3, but I don't think we want to give... I don't know, do we want to give a payoff for, like, if you get Bao Baboon and Fragrant Storm and you pop it, then you can make nothing. Never mind, there's no options.
There's It's an SR, but there's a baromet, the sacred sheep scrub, which lets you reuse normal traps. Like, well,
It takes Earths, doesn't it?
It takes 2+2 level 4s.
Oh, okay. But you're looking at the rank 4 still.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, I really don't want to make people get SRs or URs unless they're like critical to the deck, like if the whole thing is themed around it, like Venom Swamp, or it's like some of them include Link Karibo because it's like you should probably have a Link Karibo.
Yeah. Very good card.
Okay, so for now we're just gonna do that. Replace the
Okay.
the whatchamacallits with
Wing Blast.
Yeah, the Wing Blast with Needle Sealing. And then let's try this one more time. We'll get a best of 2. And then we can get the next person, because there are 2 more people waiting.
Okay.
We'll get Alex will be next. Stand by. Crack corn? Yeah, we already got crack corn.
Oh, go first.
Jimmy's cracking corn and he don't care. If you think he cares, bam, you're wrong. Join, is there a queue? We're playing a very specific format. It's not just like viewer duels.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting they actually printed Krakorn. It's like a Zexal manga card. It's quite strange. It's the hand of all time. Okay.
What's the format? It's called Mirror Masters. Wow, this is awful.
It'd be of the similar quality, yeah.
Maybe worse.
Okay. Yep.
300. Why did you only summon one Evil Thorn, Joe? Where's the other Evil Thorn, Joe? Well, you see, the thing about that...
I think I can guess what Evil Thorn is.
Yeah, and this is something... Well, I guess it does get you into... Yeah, I'll have to look at, like, rank 1s. Maybe get a rank 1 in here that's a payoff for using Evil Thorn. Otherwise, it just feels like, well, we had a plan.
It's like...
Alright. Things looking up for old Hardleg. Behold. Another Evil Thorns!
It's just like the first one. Summon 2 of them, clearly.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed since then.
Going into Codebreaker Virus Swordsman.
Yep.
I'll go ahead and hit for 23.
I don't really want to take 2300.
Yeah. I suppose.
A bit more than 100 damage.
A little bit. When is Mirror Masters becoming official? I know you're in close talks with Konami. You know, someone in chat wondering what's Mirror Masters? It's basically we're making a custom designed format of a set number of decks that are really good in mirror matches specifically. Yeah, I guess we're running out Gigantic Cephalotus.
What you just called me? Interesting. Corn.
Yep. All right. Okay. What are mirrors? Yeah. So me and Frost Hollow here are playing the exact same deck. I know exactly what's in his deck. He knows exactly what's in mine. There's no surprises. It's just about who can play this deck better.
Time for a little funny. I'm just gonna take my corn back.
I see. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no to that.
Okay.
Get negated.
Well, I've been thoroughly outplayed.
Let's run out Lord Poison. He's the Lord of Poison. You may have heard of him. You got Crackhorn still. Go ahead, bring it out.
Yep. Corn number 2. He'll be in this zone this time.
Jimmy's cracking my corn, and brother, I do care. Okay.
Talk about plant control. Combine the attack. Well, attack of that monster and this card. Okay. Look at the rules.
So banish the evil thorn. Give me the corn. I want it.
Just stole my corn. It's crazy.
Haggard Lizardos.
Oh, it's clever.
And yeah, there's no reason to keep this here because it'll just get killed instantly by anything.
Oh, that was tiny.
Yeah, and he'll get better.
Okay.
Show me what you got.
Gigantic Cephalotus.
Okay.
Thorn of Mouths.
Oh, shit.
No. Why does this lower the stats after damage calculation?
Because it's stupid.
You'd assume it would be during, but... Am I getting corned?
No.
Okay.
Corn has to be a direct attack.
Let's see.
And also, for some reason, a monster that would be attacked but Thorn, it just doesn't die.
I thought that was the equipped monster in dire violence.
No.
Okay.
The attack target doesn't die.
How odd. Strange card.
Decisions. I guess we're gonna go in hard.
Oh.
Behold.
Oh, okay.
Rose tentacles.
Yep.
And my own Thor! Mine's bigger!
Now I'm going to lose 1200 attack. Oh, so I had 2 attacks. Okay.
My own Thor. Now neither of us will die unpollinated.
Don't like these implications. That's funny. Okay. Miracle Fertilizer.
Okay.
Oh,
No, the corn!
crack corn effect. It feels so silly.
No, 50! Son of a bitch!
But neither of us would die in this battle, so we're just punching each other pointlessly, I think, here.
I think... Yeah, I'll hedge guard. I'll take more damage. You'll lower me, but then at the end of the turn, all my attack comes back because I halved it with hedge guard. No, it doesn't work like that at all.
Lawyer game.
This is useless!
Silly games, Dick.
Wait. No, we're fine.
Wait, is this? Oh, it's my original, not current.
Yeah, I also thought Crackhorn would reset. It does not.
Well, okay, crack on. Unfortunately, I am a bit of a gamer.
I see.
Okay. Cephalopod.
Crackhorn!
Yep. I thought it would be corn. Okay. Yeah.
I
Corn
can't
on,
activate hedge guard in the damage step. It says during damage calculation. Why can't I do that? Hedge guard truly useless.
Is damage calculation before or after the damage step? I don't know.
It says during.
Well. One mouse.
That's not enough. I surrender to corn. Go hedge guard.
So, I may or may not have, by turn 3, opened or drawn into all 3 copies of Needle Ceiling.
I wish I did.
It never once came up.
All I had was freaking hedge
And
guards.
So all you ordered with hedge guard, I only had back row. Just a game of bricks.
I can potentially see how hedge guard might be useful. Crackhorn might be too strong.
That one's insane.
Or if not, then maybe we need like a third aroma storm or something, fragrance storm. And the Thorn of Malice creates some very interesting game states.
Something I saw in the deck builder was a Predator Plant Fly Trap, which basically just says it can't die by battle, I think, basically.
It becomes level 1 as long as it has a Predator counter. This card battles a monster with an equal or lower level. It can die by battle.
Yeah, but you've got to punch it with like big or destroy it with something else, I think.
No, it's just if it. What was it? If you have it on your turn, you can target a monster. It becomes level 1, and then if this attacks it, it destroys it instantly. But then on your turn, you can run over it with anything.
Can that just start the damage step?
At the start of the damage step, when this battles a monster with an equal or lower level, so it would have to be level 2 or lower. Okay. Oh, you can increase this card's level by the original level of the...
So
okay, so this could potentially get up to like level 6.
Yeah.
And then nothing destroys it.
10. Yeah, and it just gets bigger and bigger and can't die. Like, battle exactly.
Yeah. Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah. Well, I will make room for the next patron.
Okay. Yeah, there's definitely some stuff to think about with the plant deck. Again, I think it suffers from the same problem that a lot of them, where it's like they just put a bunch of neat plant cards in here, and there's not really like a play style that I can discern. Flytrap Wars, yeah, forever, eternal. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna get a drink. And then we'll get Alex in here. Alex, you are up from the Discord. Oh, hello, you're already here.
Nice and prompt before you could go get your drink.
Ah, you are much louder than Frost Hollow. 1 second. There we go. Try saying something again.
How about now?
Oh, I turned you down. You didn't have to turn yourself down. Try one more time.
Alright, how about now?
Again?
A little bit lower?
I think that's good. Chat can tell me while I go to get my drink. I'll be right back. I'll return shortly. Very briefly.
Alright, chat, this is your chance. I'm going to give you some sample audio here. Just let them know if you need to crank it one way or the other. I've got the mic set to the best as I can on my end. It might be a little echoey, but one way or the other, this should be right about where we're at.
I'm back. What were you talking to chat about?
Oh, I'm just yelling at them to give more noise support. Hopefully they have a better idea of where we gotta be noise-wise.
Ah. A little bit louder? I'll handle it on my end, you don't worry. Let's try that. Hardleg has a louder track. I do.
Okay.
Oh, someone's got a little ASCII Peter Griffin Kirby. Neat. Anyway, what deck did you bring?
I've got plants as well as Monarch, so...
Okay. Did you see the changes we made to the plant deck?
Yes, I was editing it as we went here.
Okay. Figure we've already got that fresh in our mind. Let's go ahead and do another thing of plants.
Alright, let me swap that over. I guess the only thought I had in my mind after the first duel and just play testing it before stream, I'm not 100% sold on having Wall of Thorns in there, just because it requires you to have a plant monster already to effectively be a mirror force, which isn't great for catch-up if you've already had your board wiped.
It's something that rewards you. I guess that was the point of the Phoenix Wing Wind Blast, was that you could remove stuff before that.
Yeah, well, it also works out good because if you have access to Virus Swordsman, right, that revives itself once if it gets popped.
Yeah.
So having a way to remove it that wasn't that outside of the one Mark of the Rose is helpful. All
Yeah,
right.
and I guess you can
Deploy it.
Polynosis it.
Yeah. All right.
Rose Paladin searches plants.
I do really like the idea in theory too of being able to bounce something specific with Fallen Angel of Roses as discard fodder for the Wind Blast. If there was some other way to put that with something, like you can kind of use that with Wizardos, because then you have something in Grave,
Yeah.
and Lord Poison only cares about Grave, but... Oh, alright, well... Balbaboon it will be, and maybe we'll just draw our way into a play. And we did not. Okay, that is frustrating.
Such
I
things are known
guess.
to happen from time to time.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna bin that. And...
Yeah, we'll try this again and see if something comes up. Oh, nice.
Alright, we've got the ideal play and drew a hedge guard, so...
Yeah, there's a lot of people suggesting like plant ideas in the chat, and it's like, I think again the problem is that too many people are just thinking of like what are some cool plant cards and not like what would make for a mechanically interesting game. What are
Yeah.
some cool effects that we could play with that would make decision trees for people? So far, I think the only one we really have is like the Balbaboon into the Fragrance Storm, like deciding how you want to use that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's definitely the way to go, just because it smooths out a lot of the issues with a deck that doesn't really can't really search a whole lot, so you might
Yeah.
actually be able to do something productive. It's just, can you draw something to do with the Balbaboon or not? Because, I mean, I could proactively make a link here, but that is it.
Yeah.
Which is kind of the issue with Hedgeguard. Because if you're not using it for battle, it's a level 3 plant, so it's a link material, but you've got better stuff to make links with.
Okay. I think we're just going to run out Lord Poison.
Okay. Do I care that much about Lord Poison? No. That's fine.
Yeah, it's pretty low impact.
Yeah, a little annoying that it only revives things from the graveyard, so you really have to have either a way to get plants in the graveyard proactively to use it, or you're waiting till like turn 3.
Yeah. There we go. Perfect rotational
Okay.
symmetry.
We're gonna have to break that. That is... Yeah, the back row is generally really good outside of a couple of these. Okay, let's go with the thorn.
Okay.
Alright, we are going to resolve the thorn.
Ouch, my most of me.
Yes, and I did not draw an evil thorn yet, so we actually get to do something. Let's see here. So long as you have Lord Poison, you have a plant, which means I could get Pollinosis here. So what would I rather lose? Because either link does out this. I think we're going to go with the Lizardos, actually.
Dose, lizardos.
Lizardos is really nice with Evil Thorn, because then I have for sure a 100 attack monster I can use on you that I don't care about.
Yeah.
Okay, and then... Yeah, let's just get in, I think.
Not with my crack horn, you won't.
Okay.
Attack over here instead.
Alright, well, I I think I'm still gonna crash and get Lord Poison out of here.
A solid idea. Mandatory effect that does nothing.
Yep, to get that out of the way. Alright. Back row, take me home.
Back a row, take me home to the corn I belong. Let's try this.
Oh, Mandragora. Alright.
Time to get big.
Yeah.
And wait, this is a reptile, so I do not have to worry about Wall of Thorns.
Correct.
All I have to worry about is Magic Cylinder.
Which, do you care about Magic Cylinder?
I mean, it sucks, but you're still losing your lizard.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, the Magic Cylinder, I think you could argue, doesn't do a lot. It's not like you're burning a significant amount with Thorn, or even the Black Ship of Corn.
The only thing I could think about where, like, the Magic Cylinder might be a thing to counter Crack Horn specifically. Oh, it's the combined original attack. Okay, I thought I could Crack Horn again and just get, like, huge.
Okay, let's run out Cephalotus and hope I don't get Pollinosis.
Okay.
Okay. And...
Got an equip card for me, buddy?
I'm just gonna take my Cephalotus back, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it still don't get over me.
That's correct. I'm just trying to think how high can I get up here. That's 3k, double to 6k. Yeah, I think for now we're just gonna throw out Thorn and Malice.
Yeah, we'll do this.
Okay. Crackhorn remains. I think I have to let that go through.
The Pollinosis Wolves.
Yeah, there really isn't a great option to deal with this Crackhorn. It's just so large. But I think I'm willing to throw it all away. Now that I know that's gone, let's go Rad Maging Plants. So now if you want to Pollinosis this, theoretically, you've got something. I could just be running into a Wall of Thorns and get massively punished, but...
So you're getting 15 here.
Yeah, I just really need Crackhorn gone, because that's just going to keep getting bigger. I guess Hedgeguard would be crazy here, right? Like, you get to keep Crackhorn.
It would guard my hedge, that's for sure.
Yeah. Okay, and let's throw down a face down. Go ahead. Goodbye.
Oh yeah, I
Fallen
forgot that
Angel.
this was, whatchamacallit.
Yeah, it nukes all your plants. It's just limiter removal.
Plant
For plants,
limiter
of
removal.
course. Okay.
I
Here
don't
we go.
care. Give me the Crack Horn.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt. I mean, if you have a good normal summon, it's just over, right? Or yeah,
You can't
Fallen
normal
Angel.
summon when you have Miracle Fertilizer, but you can use the Rose Maiden.
That's true. Yeah, that is it. Double Pollinosis does not beat 2400.
Ah, you had the Pollinosis the whole time.
Yeah.
I think the
It's just
move was to
tough 'cause you gotta keep
Pollinosis
a
my
plant.
Well, no, you would have lost your monster, right?
Yeah, I needed to keep my monster, and I don't have a way to get enough plants to stay on board to use Pollinosis. It kind of suffers the same way that the Wall of Thorns does, where you got to have something on board, and you think you're still losing a resource to effectively do a worse version of a regular trap.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there might be something. We'll do one more. I think there might be something where, like, if you built the entire thing around both players having 3 Crackhorn, you could make an interesting game. But I
don't remember if there's I guess, more of those, like, low-level plants that get a bunch of extra bodies. Because you have a bunch of evil thorns and balbaboons laying around. It's really easy to get a bunch of them on board, and those could be your extra plants outside of your, like, one big beat stick. But those are the only 2 that really get you more quickly.
Maybe Ring of Destruction instead of Cylinder? Maybe. You know what? I'm gonna go in strong with a giant Cephalotus. And a back row.
One.
Eye columns.
That wouldn't be Polynosis, would it?
What? No.
I'm gonna be honest, I chose second to try something different. That was a huge mistake. I'm gonna ask that this please not be Polynosis. Okay, that's actually really interesting. What do I not care about? You. Okay. Now I do have to beat Cephalotus.
He big. 1850, a fine year.
I think we're gonna go ahead and boost my Balbaboon. And we're gonna take the 50 here.
Okay.
So that is, you're still gonna get your boost, but I'm gonna get to bring out 2 monsters now.
That's twice as many.
Yeah, so now I could either pivot into something out of the extra deck. I could just draw something good off the Balbaboon. I can fix my hand is the important part.
Yeah.
There's a healthy amount of tribute monsters, and if you have a lot of them, they don't do you a whole lot of good. Yeah, unfortunately, gotta throw that one off. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. I think I would like to draw into that. Alright. Let's go ahead. I don't think you've got Polynosis, so we'll get a big monster on board.
A big monster.
Something to sit on. And I got the Balbaboon back, so I can fix my hand later if it matters. Alright, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go in. If you want to use Wall of Thorns on a single, like, small Cephalotus, you can.
I will not be.
And
He's got to before he's back to normal.
I'll set a card.
Now, what could that be? Alright, so the thing that I am massively owned by is a Polynosis or a Wall of Thorns. Let's just see how much you care about your plant there. Nothing. All right.
Not at all. Not a single one.
Great news. We'll just sit on this for now. No reason to walk in and get hit by a Crackhorn or something.
Ooh. I will tribute my hedge guard
Oh,
for Gigavise.
okay.
He's a big
guy
plant.
doesn't have an effect yet, but he is a big guy, so I could either, yeah. I think that's fine.
Okay.
The angel will go away. If it's just a crash, that's fine. I don't
You
have
mean
a
crash
convincing way to put
core.
that otherwise.
And perhaps you should care.
Okay,
Fine. What are you gonna do?
okay.
OTK me? You don't even have Crackhorn.
That would be nice, but Raging Mad Plants is a bad card, so it doesn't. Okay. Really annoying that Angel of Roses banishes when you special it, but
It would
I
be too good
understand.
otherwise.
Yeah, it'd be great if it stuck around in the graveyard. You could fertilizer it. You could.
She's not even a
banish it for
plant. She's like
Lipidos.
a lady.
Yeah, they got a lot of those. Alright. I actually really do like my hand, and this is... I guess we're just gonna run out Valbaboom again. I bounced him back. He's back. Oh, that is delightful. Alright. Put you back, and let's just go in. Right. That's what I like to see. No flashing red light in the battlefield. Means Crackhorn is far away.
For now. For now.
Hopefully the rest of the game, right? Make it a lot easier.
Howdy, howdy.
Oh, hello, Mandragora.
It's me.
Yeah, that's fine. You can have Mandragora. Hello, I have Crackhorn.
Unfortunate. Uh...
Yeah, let's just clean this up.
Okay.
I think this is worth...
I would have thought that
rid
you'd
of.
want to keep the Crackhorn.
Well, I know what I'm drawing because I put it back on top of the deck with Bow Baboon.
Ah, I see.
So I don't actually mind it so much. Let's go ahead and Mandragora. And let's throw down a fertilizer.
Ah, I see.
Because Crackhorn is now in the grave, he can come back from the grave. And let's go ahead and get buff.
Swole.
Alright, Mandragora, get him. Alright. Yeah, I think we're happy there.
Okay. Put me in a bit of a tricky pickle, you do.
Yeah, as long as I get to keep one of these and you have an open board, that should be game, so... Let's see what we can put together. Miracle Fertilizer. What can you bring back? You can get Mandragora. Make a 4. Pearl is annoying. Gigaplant, and then you can normal the Gigaplant. Yeah, I don't think I can let you bring back Gigaplant.
No, come on. Gigaplant's cool. He's your buddy.
Yeah, he's my buddy, but when he's on your field, we're not exactly buddies anymore. Alright. Crackhorn, I need you to survive this. You're my only hope.
Hmm.
Okay, set. He's a little annoying. That set backer's gotta be like a needle ceiling, right? It
Could
really
be.
hasn't had a chance to do anything, and I fired off mine immediately. Like, theoretically, you could have chained. But I can't bring back anything, and I get...
You can't bring
I guess
back
if that's-
anything?
I mean, I could, right? But if that set card is a Bow Baboon, and I walk over it, now you've got 4 monsters, and I get Needle Sealing, then I lose everything. So I kind of just have to, I think, walk in with Crackhorn and hope. If I commit anything, and this is Bow Baboon, it's over. Well, it's not. So you get an extra turn.
Yay, extra turn.
Yeah, I just gotta sit. If I put a second monster on board, and you're ever able to get like a Thorn off or a Bow Baboon, that set Needle Sealing will get rid of my only beat stick generator in the Crackhorn. And speak of the devil.
And they shall arrive.
Yeah. Okay. Lizardos, does it add or just stat?
Good
It
question.
It makes it equal, so you can just walk over the Crackhorn here with a Lizardos. That means I do lose the fertilizer in the process. Unless we've got an equip.
Dos, lizardos.
I guess just out of curiosity, what was the reason to throw down Angel of Roses there and then link it off?
I need 2 names. 2 monsters with different names for lizardos.
That is correct. I should be more familiar with the Lizardos.
If I didn't
Alright.
have that, I would have been screwed.
True. Alright, Crackhorn. You have served me well. And that should wipe fertilizer. So we have not a lot.
I mean, it's not as though I have a lot either.
Yeah,
You know my
I
hand.
really
It's Lizardos and an Evil Thorn that's already used its effect.
yeah. I mean, I could just be wrong about the set card, and you could be toggling me, but I think we just hope Mandragore is enough here. You could just draw something that outs Mandragore, be in trouble. But a little annoying. Use those Bow Baboons early, and now the hand fixing, it's gone.
I mean, it's better than no hand fixing. I haven't gotten anything.
Well, I mean, that's the issue, right? You gotta have a hand to fix the hand.
Yeah. You gotta get the Bow Baboon, too. In 4 games, I have not drawn one.
Okay. Interesting. Alright, we're gonna gamble a little bit here.
Ouch, my most of me.
Hello, Evil Thorn? No. I will not use the second Evil Thorn effect. I would like to draw.
Interesting.
Okay.
No
just
plants.
What is? Yep. I haven't even seen that many of them. That's really annoying. Alright.
Haha!
Hedge Guard.
2100 defense.
That's the most value Hedgeguard has had in a single one of these plant duels. Just a big 2100.
Yep, we just setting again.
The second Hedgeguard, perhaps? Would I be so stupid to walk into another one? Maybe.
Another hedge guard. Every single hedge guard. They're guarding my hedge, baby.
No, it can't be. You have one engrave, and there's only 2. So...
Curse
That's
you,
fine.
counting again.
But you haven't used Bow Baboon yet. And if I walk into Bow Baboon, you can fix your 1-card hand and get rid of Evil Thorn for something that actually does something.
True.
I guess if that's the case, right, you could have just walked in, like, what's 350 damage? But if we get to 4 and you needle sealing me, it doesn't matter what I have, because you get to profit off the Bow Baboon. Alright.
That's Baboon. Finally.
Alright. Bring out your friends.
2 baboons. 2 baboons. 2 baboons.
Okay. Bow Baboon 1. Bow
Baboon 2.
Okay.
They call this pot of duality at home.
Yep. Surely that wasn't Evil Thorn. That's your best card. I guess if it's a good normal summon, I'm alright. Okay, so we have used the Lizardos. The only thing in the extra that outs us is Virus Swordsman. I'm just gonna have faith that you didn't keep a card that does anything proactive. I will say this, Needle Sealing does feel really good, especially if Bow Baboon's going off or Evil Thorn is.
Yeah, it makes those cards that summon other cards have a lot more potential, not just as like a spam card, but also as like a way to make sure you can trigger that with low impact stuff.
Yeah.
And that's it's a great example, right, of like, it's not a plant card. It has nothing to do with plants, but it fits well with the theme of the deck.
Yeah, I think that's something that kind of ran into, especially with the plant deck. There's like a lot of old plant cards that are like really cool and thematic, but you can't play every thematic plant card.
Yeah.
You do just got to have like that core loop and figure out what that should look like. Like the Thorns and the Bow Baboon as just like spamming low-level plants, and then the stuff that supports that does feel really nice.
Yeah, I'm not so certain about the Hedge Guard.
Yeah. Really haven't been impressed with Hedge Guard.
If it helped to reset the attack from Thorn of Malice or from Crackhorn, like, it would be worth it, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
We really need something. We need something that's like okay in most situations, but can really take advantage of the fact that Crackhorn can have a big boosted attack.
Alright. Let's see, no Wall of Thorns, Magic Cylinder would be annoying. I don't think there's a whole lot else I'm worried about. Do you have Cylinder? You do?
I do have Cylinder.
Ow. Alright. That's our turn, and you can't do it for the rest of the game, so go ahead.
A monster would be nice here.
That's true.
Well,
Thorn of Malice. Yeah. Two of them. This Mandragora has never been so strong.
yep. And then the other set card is Wall of Thorns and the Needle Sealing that you played around. It's funny because every time, the one time I was like setting up for Needle Sealing, you like activated your own, and I was like, I was gonna do that. You could have saved your Needle Sealing.
It's like could have, right? But like in the scenario you don't. Because I thought about it, right? The last one, I could let you go onto your turn and draw a card. But if you don't activate it and then you immediately do something with those monsters, then I lose out on the opportunity to Needle Sealing, and we're down to 3 again.
Yeah.
So like I have to proactively hit it.
Well, no,
Otherwise,
but before you had
I miss the
Crackhorn
option.
and something else, and then you like Needle Sealing yourself. Like you basically destroyed 2 of your monsters and 1 of mine, and I was like, it seems like that was a net positive for me, but because you had the Bow Baboon, you like knew what you were drawing and you could just plan ahead.
Yeah, that's the only reason I did it that way, because I knew I stacked the Miracle Fertilizer, which means I could get Crackhorn back. There's no way to get it back to the hand, so
Yeah.
it being on the board is just asking to be like Fragrance Stormed or whatnot. If it's off the board, you can't do that actively, and I could get it back, so
So, like, unsure about Hedgeguard. I guess Wall of Thorns and Polynosis are okay. The Thorn of Malice just doesn't seem like it's good. Like, it's just an equip card at the end of the day, and all it does is lead to these dumb board states where your opponent can't be destroyed.
Yeah.
Not sure about the Magic Cylinder. It's like the one SR, and like it has nothing to do with the theme. And so far, there's no like great plays you can make with it.
I guess, is Magic Cylinder one of those available through like one of the starters or the solo mode? Because you could look at some of those, I guess, for more generic stuff that everyone at least should have access to. They don't have to craft it.
Yeah. Raging Mad Plant seems like something that like should be like a one of.
Yeah,
like it's something that like you can bring late in the game or like activate suddenly as like a trick, but I don't think we need two of them because it wipes your board when you use it.
Yeah, I think especially if Crackhorn is staying in, right?
Yeah.
Most of the other monsters increase by such a little amount that Raging Mad Plants could contest it if you have enough stuff in grave. Like if you get a Thorn off or a Balbaboon. But otherwise, it just can't keep up with Crackhorn's attack boost.
Yeah, and that's like, I feel like the Crackhorn is good enough to build a whole deck around. I think we should boost the Crackhorn up to 3 so that this deck becomes like basically a game of how do you deal with Crackhorn.
Yeah.
I think that makes a good game where like you're trying to decide what you attack with if your opponent has stuff. You're trying to figure out like the attack and everything. And then I think you just put in a third Fragrance Storm so that both players have easier ways where like not only is the Fragrance Storm just like removal, but now you have to make the decision like, is it worth like hitting a Lord Poison to stop the battle damage now if it means I won't have this when they have Crackhorn?
Yeah, I think it could also work really nice with Pearl, right? Because the scenario where you're attacking, your opponent drops Crackhorn, if you have already committed to making Gem Knight Pearl, which is generally easier for some of the traps to remove, it does out Crackhorn while it's in defense mode, so that you don't have to worry about getting the attack boost on the following turn. But it does mean you have to read that your opponent has Crackhorn, and you can actually put 2 4s together to make it.
Yeah. And I think having like the 1 Giga Plant with like the 3 Miracle Fertilizer I think would be really neat. I think we should also maybe put in some spell trap removal. Maybe even like a Twin Twister to make it like you have to go 2 for 1. Although that makes it more of a blowout, but then you also have to discard a card, and there's not a lot that's great in the graveyard.
I don't know. I'm thinking the only other thing I could think is if there was a way. I kind of found myself wanting to have a way to dump a plant to the graveyard, because you can either use it with Lizardos's effect, you can use it with Fertilizer. You could theoretically, if there was something else to do with it, that could be nice.
Maybe we should just, like, you get a free... Foolish Burial is one of those cards that I'm pretty sure you get for free. If not, it's something that you, like, almost certainly should craft.
Yeah.
So maybe we could just put, like, one Foolish...
I mean, if you're going to put the Foolish, I think there maybe needs to be, like, one other thing to use with it. Because there's not enough ways, I think, to use stuff out of the graveyard. Like, it's nice if you already have Fertilizer, or it's like a weird stat value to use with Lizardos. Maybe some kind of...
Or put another plant so that Raging Mad Plants is live.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe do something where you can... If it's a high enough attack value monster that's worth having in the deck to do something, or can do something in the grave, because then if it's going to be built more heavily like around Crackhorn, I think you just want more ways to deal with that 2,500, and that's like a really big number for what the decks have.
So that's, I'm thinking, like, you know, Evil Thorn's good, Balbaboon good. I think Cephalotus is good for just having like a high attack monster that you kind of have to deal with. I think Mandragoran is good for just having like a free special summon. that has
Yep,
like
works with
decent
Miracle
stats.
Fertilizer, too.
I like what you can do with Fallen Roses, especially with like Miracle Fertilizer or like bouncing back an Evil Thorn or a Balbaboon. Lord Poison doesn't really seem to do much of anything.
No,
I guess
mean,
if we have ways to dump stuff in the graveyard, that becomes better, but you're already struggling to like attack into stuff. It's like, is there a situation where you'd want to like crash your Lord Poison to get back a Crackhorn that's been destroyed?
I mean, you could, but if we're going Crackhorn control, like, are you ever going to get to resolve Lord Poison if you're being
Yeah.
swap?
I don't know. I think maybe Lord Poison might be good as like a one of.
Yeah.
And maybe get like
come
another
up
flip
with
monster.
the
Just
game.
get like 2 cards that like if you set them and your opponent attacks into them, it could be bad. And then the rest of the time it's just like, yeah, it could be a Balbaboon that does nothing. It could be a spare Evil Thorn. It could be a Mandragor. But if we're going to get rid of the hedge guards, we need to give them something that makes them a little questioning about whether or not they're going to attack into a face down.
Yeah. Oh, you know what might be good? I don't know what rarity it is in Master Duel. Botanical Girl. It is a level 3 plant that kind of fills the same niche as Lord Poison, but it adds a plant from deck to hand with 1,000 or less defense.
So it couldn't get back Crackhorn.
It could get Crackhorn, but it could get you to Evil Thorn or to Balbaboon to either fix your hand or maybe make Link play to deal with a monster, like a Lizardos to help deal with a Crackhorn that's already on board.
Yeah. Sent
It
from the
is a
field.
win effect, though.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna give this to the people in chat. Or not the people in chat, the Discord. Be like, here's the stuff I like about the plants. Here's what I think you could build with. We've got like 8 spaces. See if you could figure out some better stuff to put in here that fits with this theme.
Yeah, there definitely is a really good core loop in this that just needs a little bit of polish, and I think it could be really, really good.
Yeah. Like, I think, what was it? The big thing, right, that I learned, we've been learning more from this and also just in general from even the original April Fool's Day thing, is that for the most part, you want a bunch of cards at 3 so that you have a consistent core, and then you want a handful of cards at 1 that are just like your tech cards that like you use in specific situations. So in a case like this, I think rather than having 2 Wall of Thorns and 2 Polynosis, just having one of each of these big high impact cards, it's like, it's big enough that like, if someone just normal summons an Evil Thorn, where they have 1 set back row, it's enough to make you question wanting to attack into them. Because it's like, why would they do that unless they're trying to bluff the Wall of Thorns? But you only have 1, so it's not like every time there's a plant monster out, you have to worry about attacking.
Yeah, I think in a lot of cases, if it's going to be a 3 of in the deck, it's either got to be something that you want to use to get your sort of engine rolling to do something productive with the turn other than pass, or it's got to be something that you want to be something both players have to play around every turn, every game.
Yeah.
Because if you've got like multiple Polynosises, like, do I want to commit anything to just get blown out? Maybe not, but
We'll see. That one still needs to be tested. For now, though, we're going to go ahead and move on to the third person, whose name I cannot see because Discord is silly. But thank you again for helping me test.
yeah, no problem.
Scoodleboot. That's their name. So Scoodleboot, you are up. They did not want to do voice, so it'll just be me. Me and myself. I recently graduated from college and finished taking my board, so I'm certified to practice X-ray, and soon I will be able to get a job that actually pays me enough to join the Patreon again. I've been waiting and really have my own money to spend on this thing for a while. Nice. Let me ask... Message. Which decks did you build? I would like to try to test the Venom one if possible. Okay. Let's do the Venom one then. See how that works. Because that's the one we have not tried yet. Lone Fire's an SR. I know Stay Sailor is an SR. But yeah, congratulations, Shark Lord. Good luck on taking all those X-rays. Hopefully you will see beyond what the human mind was meant to comprehend. And make some money and stuff too, you know, money's good, I guess. And if you could join the Patreon and the PA process, you know, it'll always be nice. The more the merrier. I guess we start with the big Venom Swamp. Set 3, pass. Kick in some ass. Oh. Sure. It activates even if there are no monsters. Yeah, remember the name. 100% chance to remember the name. Planet Pathfinder, alright. Interesting. I would have attacked first. Unfortunate. Are you doing that because you can hear my chomping? Am I eating these Skittles too loudly? Or are you just making a fun thing? Also, what's up with my... I should have the text on here. My widgets aren't working, chat. Nom, 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 nom. Try saying something, chat. Let's see if this works now. Something, chat. There you are! Behold! The power of mental thinking. I see, I see. Okay, now that you have a monster, run out the Cyber Dragon. He big. Take this. Scapegoats. Or escape ghost. At least it does it automatically. Everyone gets Venom counters. Discount Venom Warehouse. Another one. Oh, snap. What will you make? Which way, modern man? Oh, fuck. It has slightly more attack. Venom Burn. I will remove the counters from Cyber Dragon. Or the counter. Hee hee. Cyber Dragon losing attack rapidly. Okay, let's just tribute for Venom Boa. Start clearing out some of these. Last thing I need is for one of these to get like 1,000,000 tokens and then I die instantly from Venom Burn. Yeah, if you can get 10 tokens on one thing, then Venom Burn just kills you. My own clone. I see. Yeah. I just gotta have to take that. Oh. The Lizardos. Just drawing the card. Understandable. Have a pleasant evening. It's got so many tokens on it, chat, or so many counters, chat. Well, I might as well. Cyber Dragon. And also, a Cobra. Battle Phase. Attack into this. It's thematic because it's a snake. Oh, they thinking. They Abe thinking over here. It's like Abe Lincoln, but he's thinking. Huh. Negate the attack and the battle phase. I did not know that was what that did. Okay. If I bounce it back, it can't negate the attack because the attack is already canceled. That's what I'm hoping. Yeah, there we go. Okay. No! At least they can't get over Cyber Dragon. It has exactly the right amount of defense. Granted, you could just attack to it and then flip it up. Hardleg dies to burn, probably. Although I already have less than 8,000 life points, so if they had Venom Burn, they'd just use it now. Or they would have used it like 2 turns ago. The one sheep token is just like, I've seen some things. I have so many counters. Counters you wouldn't believe. Oh, I didn't even notice a little smiley face. It's like an ubu. Do 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 do. The big thunk is on. He who thunks most, thunks last. Yep, battle phase. I'm getting 2 counters. But I still have 100 attack, which means I can get over this token before I die. Yeah, we just go to attack. Alright, I no longer have to worry about being burned to death. Set a card. Goodbye, Cyber Dragon, you fought valiantly. The swamp was too swampy for you. Interesting. One lowers it and the other one instantly destroys it. Yeah, this one is interesting. I could also see it stretching on for eternity. Well, granted, again, if anyone got Venom Burn, this could have been over very, very fast. And if you do, change the... Okay. Ah, very clever. Do they know the winning move here? No! I'm gonna destroy him, not if I destroy him first. Isn't the only winning move not to play? Yeah. End of the main phase, yeah. I'll take the 13. I know this can't attack anyway. but I need to reduce that to 0 now. Ah, very tricky. Goodbye, Black Mamba! Let's do this. Hello, it's me. Ready to get in for 200 attack. Unless you got another ambush fangs. You do not. And then both of these are as good as dead. So... Oh wait, I can't use this because there's no target. Okay, well I did that for no reason, it's fine. Oleanoids, understandable. Yeah, I wonder if we could put in something like really huge. I wonder what's the biggest like free special summon? Is it Pancratops? Pancratops is too expensive. I wouldn't have a UR in here. But I feel like with 2 copies of Venom Swamp, you could put something that's like a 3,000 special summon. And just not worry because within a turn it would be down to 0. Either that or what was it? There's a monster that like gains attack every end phase, right? You put that in there and then it's like a race, but it had to gain like 1,000. Raging Flame Sprite. You attack directly, gain 1,000. End phase, lose 1,000. Yep, we just wait. Kashtira Ogre. Maybe. The only problem with that is then you can, like, organize your opponent's deck. Might be a little too overpowered. Ooh, getting rid of the MST. Control Dark Reptile, special summon this. Treat it as a non-tuner. Oh, am I just dead? No, but I'm close. Yeah, it's like you get in for the big attack and then, like, your monsters immediately die. Oh yeah, we do this. Oh. Well, good game. They got the Zoha. That's just like infinite recursion. Bada bing. Okay. We'll see. I'll give it another one. That was more interesting than I expected. Now that I remember what Ambush Fangs does. It was a cool game. Oh, I'm curious what chat thought. I know I'm not giving the most exhilarating, whatchamacallit, commentary. But those of you watching, what did you think? What is the challenge for Mirror Masters? Basically, both players have the same deck and you're seeing who can play it better. Yep, not much I can do here. A lot of SRs in the Venom deck. Is it? I think it's just the 2 Venom Swamp. Let me look real quick. Oh wait, yeah, the Scapegoats. Or Scapegoasts. Yeah, this really just does nothing. Everything I do is wasting an effect. First blood. Of course, anything gets over this. And there's a Venom. Small. No, not yet. Okay. So many things. So we special summon Cyber Dragon. We normal summon the Black Mamba. We special summon the Black Mamba. Activate the effect. Go to defense. And then we'll send Zoa. Once you can get that on, you're in pretty good shape. Battle phase. No ambush fangs this time. 16, alright. Yeah, there's just not really anything. You go. Mamba Mia, here we go again. My, you are a snake now. Mamba Mia, does it really show? I saw the Snake Eye card you have in your Masochist run got banned. Are you gonna do a wheel of cards or anything? I actually had a poll up on the community tab of YouTube, asking people if I should be allowed to craft a card. Because how often am I going to get a banned card in my Masochist run? Almost never, right? Oh, my Firefox has moved to a crawl. Just replace it with Ash. What would you even craft? Probably a, whatchamacallit? Probably a Tenyi. Go to 0. I think you should be allowed to craft one card of the same rarity. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Wait, I have another thing? Oh, it's just so high, isn't it? Okay. Another one. Let's get her in the graveyard. Link 3! Burst, burst, triple burst. We're gonna get it in a burst, burst, triple burst. Piercing. Did I normal summon? I didn't. That's fine. $1900 to find year. Oh, did I tell what songs were the weather today, chat? Oh, hey. Haha! I have one of my own! Oh wow, 27 comments. Interesting, getting the scapegoat. Oleanades on the Venom Swamp. It's the only thing lowering my attack. I think if you summon a monster, it doesn't... Ah, Rise of the Snake Deity. Son of a bitch! I think it's worth it to try. Get our own Zoha, pitch the Compulse. Special the Cyber. Normal the Zoha. Battle Phase. 21. We did it! Alright, that one was it's a little tricky. It really is interesting to be like, I'm not sure if like either player has a Venom Swamp, if it's good to play the other Venom Swamp. That was fun, yeah. It's trickier than I think. There's definitely some changes that we need to make. I don't think we want the scapegoats. Not only are they SRs, but they don't really fit all that well. I'm not sure if we want 3 boas. I'm not sure if we want the ambush fang, just because that punishes you for attacking the venom cards, and that's like the only way to get rid of them. I think the whole idea is that, like, while Venom Swamp is out, if you put out a monster, it is going to be lowered. Last month's ladder climb is still on the screen. Can't believe I've been here for 2.5 hours and you're the first person to say anything. Thank you, though. Yeah, and I'm uncertain about these paleo cards. I don't really know what they add. Give me a moment. I gotta go get another drink. My drink's all out. Oh, I have to go to the bathroom, too. Okay. We're gonna take a short bathroom break, chat. And when we get back, we've run through all the patrons who wanted to duel, so if anyone else has any of the, things and they would like to try, we'll be opening it up to viewer battles. The code is above my head. There's a pinned thing with the decks if you want to build them. If you have questions, someone in chat can hopefully help you. We're back. What have we learned? Nothing. Good. Alright, Linspan, let's go ahead. I think I said I want to do the Monarch one. Let's get the Monarch mirror. I want to play the Monarch. I get this one right. It has the... I thought I just changed it. Yeah. It has the angels. Alright, let's try this. I found a group called Steam Powered Giraffe recently because they did a much for the OST of a game called Steam World Heist. Steam Powered Giraffe is great. They're one of my favorite bands. Oh, you got something you can activate? What the hell? What's in this deck that you can activate? What the hell are you doing over there, Lens? Yeah, we'll set 2. Your move. Oh. C'est disparu. Perfectly symmetrical violence, eh? I'll allow it. You know that never helped anyone. Okay, okay. That allows me to put on a little pressure. Let's get a little Shining Angel in here. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Ah. Shine bright in a beautiful sea. I want to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Just you know I saw the energy of sun rays. What's Mirror Masters, by the way? So 2 people playing the same deck? Yes. Very carefully designed decks that are meant to create, interesting... What's it called? Matches. We've been trying to craft them so that they end up perfect. So far, it looks like the Monarch deck, a little prone to bricking, as Monarchs sometimes are. In short, a mirror match. Do I dare? No. We play it safe. The truest of mirror matches. Battle fader. Okay. They're fading my battles, chat. Understandable. What's your plan to do with Mirror Masters? So, what was it? It's actually 2 different show ideas. The first thing I want to try is something I call micro formats, which is just Mirror Masters, but I'm pitching it a different way. I'm pitching it as a way to teach new people Yu-Gi-Oh! I've been making friends with a group of people online that are not as into Yu-Gi-Oh! But they... 2 tributes. Oh. Interesting. I didn't think you could do that. Yeah, so I'd bring in the micro formats to basically, like, show them as a way to teach new people Yu-Gi-Oh! And the whole thing would be like people who have not played Yu-Gi-Oh! Or have not played much modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Get a chance to play the game in a very simplified, stripped-down way. One of the problems with Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that, like, it's not enough to just learn how your deck works. Because decks are built on interacting with other decks, you have to learn your opponent's too. So if both players have the same deck, then it kind of helps set up this scenario where all you gotta do is learn the 40 cards in your deck, and if you do, you can be confident that your opponent has the exact same thing. And then depending on how that goes, yeah, depending on how that goes, we might, like, we either lean into that, or then we go to the Mirror Masters, which is, instead of pitching it as a way for new people, we pitch it as a way for experienced Yugists to have a very tightly knit battle. I'll Battle Fader this. And then we can do that thing where we have like a tournament, right? Where I pick one of the best decks, and I bring in like 4 people, and I have them battle it off to see who can do the best with it. Yugist is a far funnier way to describe players than duelist. You're telling me. Where are my monarchs? I know they're here somewhere. Huh? Oh, I could have. No, I couldn't have. Really need two specific things to get going. Not necessarily. There's like other cards I could draw. I just haven't drawn any of them. There we go. Okay. Hello. Zaborg. Hello, Argos 39. How you doing today? Oh, they thinking. They thinking. They stinking. They doing all sorts of shit. Yeah, have you heard the Siva Gunner? Oh, I should have done this. Okay. Here you go, chat. Bad apple? In my Yu-Gi-Oh? It's more likely than you think. And then the song ended, and I was in the middle of a chain link, so I couldn't. See, this is how this deck goes. Nothing happens for a while, and then everything happens. No, come on. All my spell traps gone! Bum, bum, bum. Come on. Okay. Alright. We did it, chat. We're not dead. We're just mostly dead. Oh, I guess I should have attacked with the highest first. Who are you playing against? Lens Ban. That's their name. Don't wear it out. Fucking burning dragon! Yeah, I have to let them do that. Otherwise, they might have game. That's a lot of damage. They did not tribute summon this, though. Ooh, now granted, one of those could be Torrential or Mirror Force. Okay, that one ain't. Drawing a card. Okay. Alright, if you don't have exactly Mirror Force, or I guess Battle Fader. No, I attack with this one first, because they can bring back this guy. Yep, there's the Battle Fader. Borngore them? I don't know what that word is. Got one more use out of mine. They can no longer summon that. Doesn't look like I got a tribute. Smart. Okay. These are both in defense. Yeah, I guess we set this. Oh, damn, is that it? I think it's it, unless they got Mirror Force or another Battle Fader. They can't summon, yeah. And there's another Battle Fader. Battle Fader, he's fading your battles. I've had enough of his stuff and shit. Another return. Do you have the tribute, though? They do. For Caius. Yep, you gotta get rid of the bigger one. Get the tribute. The question is, did they draw into another one of their Strike of the Monarchs? If they've got Strike, then they might have this. If not, I might have this. There's actually a really heads-up thing they could do. Okay, summoning Edia. Edia, have they used their other Eidos yet? They only got 2 of each. No, they're going for Land Robe. Oh, they just walling up. Okay, going for the Land Robe. Land Robe has to be tributed. Okay. That's spicy, Chad. Okay. So we're tributing this. Get our own Caius. Caius, banish the Caius for the extra 1,000. And then we get one of our banished spell traps back. Compulse your own Caius. Then they can Caius my Caius and do the 500. Okay, yeah, we doing this. Burning Dragon. Wipe the back row again. Thousand defense. I can only do 800. It's in defense position. It's unfortunate. Okay. Attack over this. Attack over this. You get a banished spell trap back. There's only one. The question is, can you actually get to where you can trigger that? Yeah, they can. I'm not dead yet. Going for Eidos. Eidos tribute for the Caius, I assume. question is... Oh no, they got Zaborg. Okay, taking out that with the Zaborg. And then crashing. Walling up. End phase. Yeah, we're gonna prime Monarch here. Get one of these. Ooh, okay, that changes the math a little bit. We're gonna activate this. Flip you face down. Now I don't have to crash. Go to attack. Battle phase. Yeah, we do this. And then we hope, chat. It's a little risky, but both of these are gone. How many Edias have they used? One. Yeah. Bounce the Prime Monarch. Now, unless they have exactly Burning Dragon into Caius, I think I'm good. They've used every other thing they have that's like a tribute. I think they have another soul exchange, maybe? Yeah, they have another soul exchange, but they couldn't attack. Yeah, I'm just betting they don't have Burning Dragon. They've used two, so they got one more left. Yeah, I believe you've used both your land robes and both of your Eidoses. Crash so we have less damage. Get a banished spell trap back. Domain has 2400 defense. Just this. Yeah. We tell them they gotta have it. Oh, they got 2 of them things. Yep, I still got outs to this, chat. There's the Caius. Caius, get the Caius. And the tribute. Down to 500. I think Monarch is the most interesting one so far. It's definitely the most balanced. There's a lot of back and forth. A lot of tricky moves you can make. Smile World would be a very funny way to go to the 2400 defense traps. Because it's inherently slow and interactive. Yeah, but also we just have like all the right kinds of disruption for each other. The attack stats really matter. That's what I want to see. Just crashing. Fuck. Yeah, I'm just realizing, in this entire game, I've drawn exactly 2 Monarchs. There's like 8 of them in this deck. My turn. Dark Advance. Fuck, I forgot they had that. Just in time, buddy! Where are my monarchs? I guess I've seen 3 monarchs this whole time. We're both pretty low on resources. They've used Kuraz, they've used Caius, they've used 1 Mobius. We know they have another Mobius in their deck. Diameter at 3. We win. Who's we? We is diameter. We sure are, Eddie. They still got Delg. Delg, sweep. They got Delg, they got 1 more Burning Dragon, and 1 more Zaborg. Mobius, too predictable. Get a draw. Unless you've got another strike. MST. They've got 10 cards left in their deck. If we could just stall for 10 turns, chat, we got him. MST negate? Yeah, we're playing a Monarch mirror match. Low powered. It's a very close match. Anyone could still get it, I think. I like your name. I'm for it. Any band Max C supporters are good by me. Yeah, it's possible. Maybe we might have to get more like battle stuff. Maybe it's too difficult to get over the 2400s. So we get Zaborg. We tribute Zaborg. Zaborg blows up Mobius. And then we get 2 returns. Or not. I'm going for Delg. Ah, I see. You don't have any more Shining Angels. When did you use all your Shining Angels? Oh, is it not mandatory? You can. Ah, I see. Oh, I woke up from my nap. Maybe add the Monarch with 2 tributes. There, which one? There's like 8 of them. Well, I woke up from my nap just in time to almost see the end of one duel. Another one. Tribute 2 for Burning Dragon. Yeah, I ain't losing all that. Never mind, this ain't goat. No, not quite. You should know better. Ooh, even better. Soul exchange. Normal summon. Delg. Delg chain link 1. And what I'm gonna do is banish you and you. Yeah. That way you can't Dark Advance. Oh, there's their other Dark Advance. Can't attack this turn. What's Dark Advance? It lets them grab a Monarch out of their graveyard and then immediately tribute summon it. So if they have any monster on the field during either player's main or battle phase, they can get a Monarch back and do stuff. So by removing Caius from their graveyard, I ensure that they can't just like banish Delg or Battle Fader and kill me. Also, Delg mills 2, and I'm slightly, I've drawn slightly less than them, so they will deck out first. Karaz, the worst Monarch ever. Never mind. They won't deck out first. But now they don't have any way to summon back this. Let me think. They've gone through 1 Mobius, 1 Karaz, 2 Mobius. So they still have 1 more Zaborg in their deck. And they have this, but they have no others. Okay. Tribute off the Battle Fader. No. Oh yeah. They still have a torrential tribute. What is Mirror Masters? It's where we design a mirror match. Ah, if only my life points weren't so low. Imagine we see a tier mirror. How would you even play that on Master Duel? Everything in tier is like banned. Yeah, so basically, as it stands, they have one more Zaborg in their deck, and I have Kuraz, and those are the only Monarchs remaining. All our other big cards are out of the play, so it's just a matter of who can bait out whom first. Wait, if I use both my Mobius? No, I still have a Mobius left in there. I think I lose this one. Kuraz, they don't have to draw from Kuraz, is the problem. It's you can. Where's my Mobius? Coming down to the wire. How long has this duel been going? Has this been like an hour-long duel? When was he a you can? Each player can draw one card for each of the cards they controlled that was destroyed by this effect. So they can choose not to draw. And also, Kuraz can't attack the turn he does that. Mobius! Yeah, so now they're down to 0 cards. The problem, of course, is that if they can get any, they can shuffle back with Prime. And if they put 2 back and draw 1, now suddenly I'm behind. Soul Exchange. Delg. Both of those. I can chain the effect. No! My Zaborg! Okay. Thanks for banishing that for me. Oh, they didn't choose to draw. They had another one! Wait, they didn't do it in time! The mill! Yeah, they ran out, but I had more Monarch spell traps in my graveyard, so since I got the 1 back, they could shuffle 2 back, draw 1, then I could shuffle 2 back, draw 1, and we could continue going back and forth doing that, but they would run out first. I wasn't able to use it. Weird. That was definitely a game. Yeah, I think I had it either way, because for every time you could do it, I could do it. I think you had the ability to draw back exactly twice, and I had the ability to do it 3 times. And also, because I had the Burning Dragon in hand and 2 First Monarchs set, and I could tribute both of them for the Burning Dragon, and then get those back. Does the deck need a combat trick, you think? Maybe. It's so weird because last time the idea was, wow, we have way too many monarchs. We're getting bricked on monarchs and we don't have enough ways to tribute summon. And that's why we ended up putting in like 3 of this and 3 of this. And now we're realizing the exact opposites. I think the first Monarch was a bad idea because it's a 2400 and they can't get over it with anything other than having to use a Zaborg or having to use a Burning Dragon. And same thing with this being able to recycle. I think I like these, but I think we remove them. You know what? I think the Prime Monarch is good because it makes us make decisions. I think it's just the first Monarch. I think without that, eventually you run out of, or maybe it's the opposite. Because Prime Monarch is something... Okay, what ways do you have to get over Prime Monarch? You can use a thing on it. I like Book of Moon and Honest. Something to raise attack and punch over the 2400 defense. Yeah. The thing about this, I think it might give too much recycling. Because that's the thing, right, is, the first Monarch is a defense wall that you have to get over, but once you do, it's just dead. The other one can keep coming back, and that's a problem. It can also recycle all your stuff, which is kind of a problem. It can get cards banished, and then it's much easier to get... I don't know, but I also kind of, I kind of like the idea that this makes you choose between, like, do you want to set it on the field and, use it to recycle the cards that you want? Or do you want to get it into the graveyard so you can bring it back as tribute material? Do you want to MST your own card to get it there? The problem with Honest is that it's an SR, and we're trying to make this all normal and rare. Except for Caius, but Caius you can get in the solo mode. But yeah, even though this does create some good decision trees, I don't think it's worth it. And if we're not going to have that, where we're going to recycle stuff, I don't think we necessarily need this. I think we could have another... Well, here's the other thing, chat. If we get rid of the 2400 defenders, then we don't necessarily need to have, like, battle trick stuff in addition to that. You know? The problem is, if we just put in, like, traps that can't defend... Yeah, the other problem though is that we've already got this situation, right, where like you have these squires and you could like set them and they don't do anything. We need something kind of like I really like Burning Dragon in this because it has so much utility. It can be a free special summon that you can then tribute if you want to trigger a Monarch effect. It can be a it can just be a big beater that can barely get over the Monarchs. Or if you have 2 cards and you need to tribute summon something, you can tribute summon Burning Dragon. So I would like something that, like, if need be, we can tribute it, and if you're not going to tribute it, it does something. A card that is, like, individually powerful. I'm just thinking of Argo Stars, so I'm getting, like, continuous trap pilled. Like, Zoma the Spirit. Destroyed by battle. So, Zoma, it's a trap monster, so you have to wait a turn to summon it. It summons in defense mode, so you can't do like a cheeky, like, wait until your turn, summon it. You could summon it in the end phase. Because it's a trap, it's susceptible to Burning Dragon. It's susceptible to MST. It can be destroyed by Mobius. Sometimes it might be worth it to attack over this and take the 2400. Sometimes you might want to wait until you can remove it some other way. But then they can just crash it. I don't really see what Zoma... So the thing we need is... We need something to replace the Prime Monarch as a spell trap that can be tributed, but doesn't block up the game and make it all gummy. Glacial Beast, Polar Penguin. Does Joker's Knight make sense at all? Not really. Swamp Mirror is also something, but that gets all the big problems. That's an SR. That doesn't really do anything. That doesn't really do anything. That has 2500 defense, which means nothing could get over it. What would be really nice is if there was something that was like, it has to be attacked twice. Because that would mean you could get over it if you committed another monster. Which you can do, but then that plays into like Burning Dragon. Glacial Beast. Polar Penguin. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, target one card your opponent controls, return it to the hand. It's not really what we need. Jokers. No, we would need to throw in other stuff into that to make it work. Fiendish Rhino. How does that help with this deck at all? The first time this monster would... First time this monster would be destroyed. Attack position. Time Breaker? Time Breaker is a funny card. $2,400, unfortunately. 100 Dragon is an SR. Dark Resonator. That might be... And then put one level 6 synchro. Reinforce Truth. That doesn't really do anything. With Fortress Warrior. No, we don't want to give combos. Yeah, Fortress Warrior might be good because every vassal beats over it. But you could just put it in defense is the problem. What was that resonator again? I already looked at the Polar Penguin. I don't know what that would do. Bounce a monster back to the hand? That's not the problem we're dealing with. Yeah, this is too high. Shield Wing is twice per turn. Yeah, that's too much. Let me look at the... The bounce would get rid of the trap problem we have. But it had Glacial Beast has to be destroyed, and the traps weren't attacking. If it's in the hand, you can't summon it again. What's it called? Yeah, so if we keep the Prime Monarch, this has the potential to come back. But... a maximum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. That's still so many. Glacial Beast. If this card is special summoned, you could target one monster. If it's destroyed by battle or card effect, you could target... Yeah, the thing is, how would you destroy this by battle or card effect? You have to wait for them to destroy it, but if they're just sitting on 2 Prime Monarchs, there's not much you can do with this. Subversion. When this is summoned, It is not treated as a trap card. Okay. You can't crash. You can't crash with defense position monsters. Okay. Oh yeah, that's a problem. If this is not considered a... Yeah, target one face-up spell trap your opponent controls, return it to the hand. I was thinking that, but this isn't treated as a spell trap. It just becomes a monster. We could as a penguin. Penguin Soldier, so that's a card that does, like, okay, so it deals with the traps because it puts them back in the hand, and you have to get them in the graveyard to summon them, so if they're stalling on the traps, they get to it. But it's useless against almost everything else in the deck, because putting the, monarchs back in their hand just means they can tribute summon them again. There's no way to trigger it. The thing is, I just don't think it has enough use outside of, like, you get the penguin specifically to stop the Prime Monarch. And I still want to have traps because we need to make sure that Mobius and Burning Dragon have some effect. Activate this by targeting. No, no. Oh yeah, we need to do summon. Oh, it just put level. I guess we do slash level. There we go. And that should give us every card during your opponent's main phase, special summon this. Oh yeah, and then it goes back during the end phase. So you can't use that as tribute. This is an SR. I guess we should also go ahead and go by normal and rare only. So far, like, Zoma's like a good potential option, but it might make games too fast. The card is banished. If this card is banished, okay, that don't do anything. Lightning Vortex. Yeah, but it doesn't solve the problem we're looking for. Special summon this, it is 2100, but that's about it. It's just a 2100. This is just an 1800 beater. This is just a 1600 beater. This is just an 1800 trap. I guess 1800 does wall up everything except for a monarch. So maybe that might be worth it. Because you could still use it as tribute. If you're on a very gummy game state, you can use it to attack. 1000 has more than any of the vassals, but Angel can get over it. Maybe Tiki Soul. This has too much defense. Opponent's monster declares a directive attack. If its attack is greater than or equal to your life points, summon this as an effect monster. As attack equal to your life points. Then change the attack target to it. Yeah, that don't. Special summon this as an effect monster. 0/0 with the following effect. Once per chain, when your opponent activates a monster effect that targets a card, you could set this to your spell trap card and then negate it. Then if that monster has the highest attack... Dirt Spider, too powerful, yeah. Metamorph Fortress. Target level 4 or higher monster you control. Special summon this as an effect. Equip it. Okay. Your Masochist deck got nerfed. Yeah, I know. I have a poll about it on the community tab. 1418. If summoned this way, while it is in the monster zone, other Altergeist can't be destroyed and neither player can target them with effects. That doesn't help. If Red Dragon Archfiend, we can stop there. Banish 2 monsters you control, we'll stop there. That has too much defense. This does not do what I want. Prey of the Jerai Gumo. Special summon this as a normal monster with 2100 to your main monster zone. Then you can destroy 1 monster in the same card's column. Yeah, that's just too powerful. Metamorph Fortress is a comeback card? Or are you talking about Megamorph, the equip card? Once monster declares a direct attack, negate the attack, then special summon this as an effect monster, 0/0. During your standby phase, you could banish any number of Utopias. Yeah, we don't want another negate attack. Special summon this, 0/18, so you can't attack with it. Other tuners can't be destroyed by battle. 1450, 1950. Does Shadal stuff. Yeah, Abyss Stingray can't be destroyed by battle, so it might as well just be what we had before. Special summon this as an effect monster, 0/2000 with the following effect. Gains 1000 for every Shining Sarcophagus. When your opponent's monster declares an attack while you control Shining Sarcophagus, destroy it. Damn, I could have sworn there was like more of these. The other thing might be token. Wait, that's it. Why didn't I think about that before? Ogdoadic Calling chat. I play this in my Masochist deck. Summon 2 tokens, 0/0. They can be used for anything. So it allows you to stall a little bit because you can block up to 2 attacks, or you can block an attack and still have a tribute 1, but they can't stall forever because they're 0 attack tokens. They can't be used to push for any kind of damage. And they can't be recycled or anything like that. Run a paleo engine? That is another option. They cannot be tributed. We need them to be able to be tributed. Unless it is a dark monster. Yeah, so maybe these two. Either that or, yeah, again, we could do paleos. I just wonder if getting too much into paleos would start to, like, diminish what we're doing with the monarchs. Plague Scatter can be special summoned from the graveyard. Yeah, but that doesn't really help with what we're trying to do. Select one defense position, change it to attack. Yeah, I guess that is another option. I didn't even think about that. Although that's one of those things where, like, you get into the situation... One second. Attacks a defense position monster. Gotta get past all the ones that do piercing. Do. Wow, I could have swore there was a whole bunch of these. Maybe I phrased it wrong. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. If this card attacks a defense position monster with 2,000 defense or more, destroy that monster with this card's effect without applying damage calculation. The problem is, right, like, you get into this situation is like, what if what you open is... like Return of the Monarchs and an MST and 3 Monarchs and Disc Fighter. And Disc Fighter is only there to solve the problem of what happens if they stall on the continuous traps. Like, you probably would lose before we got to that situation. Maybe if there's a light one? No, but then how are you going to get Shining Angel to even get to it? Yeah, so there's like a chance we put in like Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke or something. Or Sasuke Samurai. Something that just, or Drill Warrior. What? Why is Drillroid an SR? Come the fuck on! Are you kidding me? Stupid piece of shit game. Link Slayer. Link Slayer doesn't deal with the problem either. And also it's an SR. Sangen's also like an SR, I think. No, it's an R. But either way, that doesn't solve the problem we're dealing with. I think we just try it like this. It's unfortunate. I really thought that if we played like for 4 hours, we would be able to get these, but just this deck ended up taking forever. It was so close. But I'll go ahead and take a picture of this. More testing required. Yeah, it was a long duel, and it's one of those things, it only happened once, but it only needs to happen once to be like, yeah, we need to make sure that never happens again. There was a lot of back and forth. The Ogdoadic card is a great idea, yeah, and I think the Tiki will work as well. The Tiki's good because it does what we want, in that it's a defense wall, and it can attack, and you can't get over it except with a Monarch, but the Monarchs can get over it. And if you have Spell Trap removal, it still works on that. The Spell Trap removal doesn't work on the Ogdoadic, so you can chain it and do some stuff. I'm wondering if maybe we should put, like, an extra deck monster or two into this. There were a couple times when, like, I was like, man, I would really love to be able to get my Edia into the graveyard. I still had fun. Oh yeah. It was still interesting. It's just one of those things, again, where if what we're doing is playing this with the intent to get new people into the game, the last thing those people need is a 40-minute game. One-time passcode. Yeah, that's another option. $2,000 in defense position. The thing is, it's a bit too big. Well, yeah, so it's in defense, it is a tribute, it's 2,000, so it does the same thing as Tiki Curse. Yeah, you'd still have to wait just as long. I don't think we want to give people a 2,000 beater. How many level 4s? Only the Angel? Yeah. I think if we put anything in, it would just be like a generic, like, Link 2. Just something if you want to get rid of some of your stuff and try to put on. Basically, like, if you get into a situation where all you have is a bunch of, here, 1 second. Let's just look real quick. We want Link monsters that are normal and rare, that are Link 2. Sort by attack. I did not do that right. I put level, and it needs to be Link. What's the highest attack? It's just Codebreaker Virus Swordsman. Two metal foes, 2 rockets, 2 heroes. 2 monsters with different types and attributes. 1,800 attack. Damn. Two effect monsters. Yeah, I think we just put one of these in. And that way, if you get into a case where, like, if your opponent's on a Tiki Soul and you can't get to a Monarch, but you do have, like, the ability to get 2 of these on the field, you could make, like, a Codebreaker. It has less attack than the Monarchs. Yeah, and you can't make it with this, which is important. And he comes back for a tribute, but just once. Yeah, we'll try that. Do a few more duels. For now, I think, we didn't play it this time, but I think Drill Rage was already, like, pretty good. Drill Rage is pretty good. And everything else needs work. Who thought that creating a whole format would be this difficult? Tragodia? Tragodia would be neat. I do like me a Tragodia, but we're not putting in more monsters. Anyway, for now, we've been here long enough. I've got to go to, I gotta go visit my parents tomorrow. It's one of my parents' birthdays. I won't tell you which one. So I'm gonna get going, but thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoyed this neat little experiment. Next Tuesday and Thursday is usually when I stream. That's the ladder climb streams. The ladder climb's over for this month. I do not know I think we're learning Cristrons. Yeah, okay. So we're learning Cristrons next Tuesday. We're building them next Thursday. So Tuesday we'll be on YGO Pro Deck. We'll be learning and building the Cristrons. We'll be learning the Cristrons, figuring out what kind of thing we want to do. Thursday we'll be building it in Master Duel. I'll be testing it out there, so if you want to duel, that'll be your chance. And then the week after that, Tuesday will be the first, so we can start bright and early with the new Crystron ladder climb. For now, I'm going to get going. We are the #1 Master Duel streamer, so thank you very much. Pardon me.